They walk from behind, so.
Sorry, man. Thank you. get home 2 hours earlier. You know, so it makes sense. I was going to work out the boat. That's what I was going to do. Work out the yeah, we're on the jet. Jump to rack, whatever you got to do. You know? They always say, oh, it's going to get better. I've been doing this way too long. You know, so it's not going to it's not going to The good thing is summertime. Although, Sam has not going great. Like this is cool. This is what we used to do all the time. The other day, you see a girl telling do it now. We can do it now. Just don't right away. Thank you so much. You guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, looks pretty damn good. Will do.
Obama's first inauguration, I was doing popsicle, 15th and G. Yeah. Oh. country.
They said you'll maybe step at a time till I get to shit. No, fuck.
Okay. Hey, we need to go tilt towards the right, please.
my show. It's your show, not mine. I defer. I defer.
Hello and welcome to AP's live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. I'm Meg Kennard. Joining me again here on set in AP's Washington Bureau is AP White House correspondent Sagar Meghani. Sagar, thank you as always for being here with me. Appreciate that. We will be here with you as we walk through all of today's official events. On this inauguration day, AP has live cameras positioned at every key location around Washington, capturing all of today's events. That includes inside the Rotunda at the U.S. Capitol, where today's swearing in will happen due to below freezing temperatures here in Washington. But first off today on this inauguration day is a church service at St. John's Episcopal Church. That's just across Lafayette Park from the White House. And this is a location where this sort of ceremony has been tradition for inauguration days going back almost a century. So this will be the first time that we see President-elect Donald Trump before he is inaugurated for a second term in office. And it's a tradition that I was reading recently dates back to 1933 when FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was the first president to take part in this kind of a ceremony at St. John's Episcopal Church. You see it there in pale yellow tones with white columns across the front. And again, this is the first stop on this day. Donald Trump spent last night at Blair House. That is the traditional guest residence for presidents, and it's where the president-elect typically always stays before he is inaugurated. Donald Trump has actually been there for a couple of nights now, but tonight he will be sleeping in the White House as the newly inaugurated president for his second term. So we are watching now and waiting for Donald Trump to be exiting Blair House and heading across to St. John's Episcopal Church. I was reading some reporting about what this service is like, and I say that I had to read about it because no cameras are allowed inside. This is considered to be a private event that does take place as part of the inaugural events, but it's not something that we in the media can really get in and see. But I was reading that the priest, the rector who presides over this service, sees it as relatively informal, a lot of prayer and a time for reflection as this incoming president prepares to take office. But he will be there along with family, some close advisors, some friends, invited guests. And it's a relatively simple service, from what I understand, that relies on the Episcopalian Book of Common Prayer without a traditional homily, without a sermon, without a lot of the things that we would see in a traditional church service. This is more of a prayer service. So that's what we will be anticipating as we get forward in this schedule. I want to talk really quickly as we wait for Donald Trump to show up here at this service. Sagar, let's talk a little bit about the day. After Donald Trump goes to this service here at St. John's Episcopal, what will we be seeing next? What will be his next stop?
What we'll be seeing is some of the tradition that has surrounded the inaugurations, but again, the entire flavor of it here in Washington is so different. It is bitterly cold outside. Everything's inside. So you will not see the parade. You will not see the new president walking down Pennsylvania Avenue and then sitting in the reviewing stand.
Those iconic images that we see every inauguration.
We're used to seeing, for example, when the Carters walked that entire 3-mile route from the Capitol down to the White House and inside. Long walk, but they decided to make it. We will see Donald Trump, as you said, who is on his way to Blair House. J.D. Vance, the incoming vice president, already inside. Several members of the president's incoming administration, like Pam Bondi, who's named to be the attorney general, Kash Patel, who he wants to head the FBI. They are already inside, and now, as we see, that is the presidential motorcade, the president-elect's motorcade. Donald Trump will be making his way inside. There'll be the church service. He will go over to the White House where he'll be greeted by the Bidens. They will have coffee and tea, and then they will make the joint ride together to the Capitol. And that is always one of the most striking symbols of the transfer of power here in America.
Let's listen in for a moment as we see President-elect Donald Trump arriving at St. John's Episcopal Church here in Washington. You're seeing now a shot of the White House here in Washington, which clearly is one of those scene setter spots for this Inauguration Day. This is where we will see Donald Trump heading next after he finishes up with the church service at St. John's Episcopal. That's what you were just looking at. But this is the White House, and this again will be his home for the next 4 years, and where the next official event in part of these inauguration festivities will include a private coffee and tea meeting between the Trumps and the Bidens. That's one of those things that we always see happen on inauguration days, and that's what's up next on the schedule. But there's a whole lot of other things that are happening around Washington too. In addition to the official inauguration inside the Capitol Rotunda, you're now seeing pictures of the Capitol One Arena here in Washington. That's going to be the scene of what would have been an inaugural parade. Now is going to be an inside event featuring a lot of the same features, but before a much smaller audience. Capitol One Arena has a capacity of just around 20,000 people, and that's a fraction of the potential hundreds of thousands that would have lined the streets here in Washington and been on the National Mall to watch the inauguration festivities and the parade itself. But speaking of Capitol One, Sagar, let's talk a little bit about that spot. Donald Trump was just there yesterday for kind of the final rally of the 2024 campaign cycle. At least that's what it felt like to me. Talk to us a little bit about what Trump has been doing over the past couple of days and what we expect to see here at Capitol One later on.
Now, the president-elect came back to Washington, another triumphant return on Saturday, aboard a plane that looks a lot like Air Force One, but of course at the time is not Air Force One.
Remind me, what do they call it when the actual president's not on board?
Special Air Mission 47 is the designation given to the C-32 that is painted to look like Air Force One. If you go out to Joint Base Andrews, if you get to be on the tarmac, you will see a whole lot of planes that have that iconic paint scheme, that blue and white with United States of America. That does not mean they're Air Force One. It is only Air Force One once the sitting president is aboard of that aircraft. The other ones look like it. That doesn't mean anything, depending on who's on board. So the next time Donald Trump boards one, it will have that designation. So he got in from his Florida golf club. It's been a full weekend. He's had rallies, he's had dinners. He made his way to Arlington National Cemetery yesterday for a wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And he gave a preview inside Capitol One Arena, the home of the NBA's Wizards, the home of the NHL's Capitals, a lot of concerts and shows, saying tomorrow at noon, being today, curtain falls on what he called the failed Biden presidency. We're not going to waste any time. He is expected to make some remarks today before this parade. Elon Musk is expected to address the crowd as well.
We saw him there yesterday, too.
Exactly. So they had planned that rally for Sunday for quite a while. And then all of a sudden, when the news came down Friday that, hey, it's going to be really cold, we're going to move all this inside, all of a sudden, Capitol One Arena became essentially ground zero for much of what we're going to see today.
Yeah, it's just been so interesting, and obviously it involved a lot of logistical changes for those of us trying to cover the inauguration, but also the thousands of folks who are here in town trying to attend all of these things. All of this due to the weather. Have you looked at a forecast? Do you know how cold it's actually supposed to be today?
They had told us somewhere in the mid-20s, but it's really windy, so the wind chill is going to be down likely in the single digits. Now, the last time this happened, an indoor swearing in, 40 years ago to the day, Ronald Reagan took the oath of office, but at the White House on January 20th of 1985, it was 7 degrees at noon. Barack Obama's first inauguration, 2009, it was, I believe, 27, 28 degrees. I was outside for hours that day. It was bitterly cold. So if you factor in today's wind chill, it's a lot worse. So that rare decision was made that the oath would be taken inside the rotunda. Roughly 600 people capacity. There were 250,000 tickets issued for people to watch the oath and the ceremony in and around the Capitol. So do the math, that's a lot of people who are not going to get anywhere near what they thought they would get today.
Absolutely. And now you're seeing a live shot of Pennsylvania Avenue, which is, of course, one of those areas where we would have anticipated to see this inaugural parade happening. There are clearly lots of people out there. We see it lined with American flags and a very festive kind of feel, which I guess kind of describes exactly what we're seeing all around Washington. Even though a lot of these events have been moved inside or changed somewhat logistically, there are still a lot of people here, and they're gathering not only at Capital One Arena, but also all across town. I think when I was walking back from the office yesterday, I just kept running into pockets of people who were clearly here for some of the festivities, and maybe were looking for somewhere to be where they could kind of gather together with more folks who were excited like they were to do all these celebratory kind of activities. But it looks like we are going to see people kind of lining up along that route where we otherwise would have seen the parade. But one thing that I did notice about the National Mall, where we always have the big screens kind of displaying everything that happens on the inauguration, that many of those have been covered, and that officials here and law enforcement have told people, please don't come outside. It's going to be too cold. It's too dangerous. We don't want you to be putting yourself at risk. Well, clearly it looks like we still are going to be seeing some people at least lining up in some of those places where they ordinarily would have been.
There are always a lot of people who come into town for this, and Trump supporters have, of course, waited for years for this moment. So you have the official inaugural balls tonight. There are 3 of them. But a lot of state societies and other organizations have had their own balls over the last year. You have the Black Tie and Boots ball put on by folks from Texas, various parties at various hotels. So those people, for the most part, you didn't think that Friday, when this change was announced, they were going to say, hey, you know what, we're just going to eat that cost of airfare and exorbitant hotel prices in D.C. and not go because it's going to be cold. Those folks wanted to be here either way. Obviously, a lot of disappointment that you might not be sitting at the West Front, or you might not be sitting in the reviewing stand if you had bought some type of VIP ticket. But there will be those 20,000 people inside Capital One Arena. They started lining up early this morning in the cold to get inside. And like you said, there's no real official viewing area for this. Those monitors are down, but that doesn't mean people can't wait for a glimpse of the presidential motorcade, and that's clearly what a lot of people expect to do today.
I guess being here in Washington and also along the campaign trail, we get so accustomed to seeing motorcades and all the trappings that come along with major candidates and also elected officials, president, vice president. But for these folks, like you note, who have been traveling here from all over the country, have been waiting for this moment, these supporters of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, this is their moment and chance to kind of be in the same space as they are and to sort of have that experience. So I guess a lot of those folks are going to figure out a way to have that today, even if it is really cold outside.
Just that thrill of seeing the presidential limousine roll by, and perhaps you can see the president sitting inside. When I first came to Washington, a friend who was a big George W. Bush fan, we happened to walk down by the White House in the early 2000s, and the motorcade came by, and you could very clearly see George W. Bush in the back seat with a smile on his face, waving to people as they drove by, and it completely made my friend's day, and all these little kids were shrieking. We get, as you said, used to it, and we get annoyed when we're stuck in traffic because a lot of streets are shut down when that thing comes through. But for someone from out of town to get to see literally 10 feet away the President of the United States waving at them, that's something special. And like you said, that's a moment a lot of people today are hoping to get here in a very, very cold Washington.
Absolutely. And we're seeing now more pictures there of St. John's Episcopal Church. That is where President-elect Donald Trump is participating in a prayer service, which is part of the tradition on Inauguration Day. Every president-elect since 1933 with Franklin Roosevelt has done that. And so he is there. He is with Melania Trump, his wife, soon to be First Lady Melania Trump again. And as you noted earlier, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance is inside, as well as Elon Musk and some other top-level supporters of President Donald Trump, soon to be president again, as he prepares to take the oath of office around noon today here in Washington for his second term in office. You're also seeing there the Capital One Arena. Again, that is where we will see the new version of the inaugural parade, not down Pennsylvania Avenue and around Washington, but instead there in the sports arena here in Washington. That's where tens of thousands of his supporters are already beginning to gather. They've been lining up since very early on today and getting ready to participate in what we know will be a very festive atmosphere. We're not exactly sure yet what it's going to look like. We know what parades look like in terms of marching bands and official shows of pageantry through the streets. We always, or at least in recent memory, we see the new president get out of that limousine to walk that final stretch back into the White House. I would imagine that we will see Donald Trump, at least his motorcade, take some of those traditional pathways around Washington as he moves from the Capitol down to Capital One Arena. And as we were just looking at Pennsylvania Avenue there with all of these folks lined up, they are hoping to get that glimpse. So we will keep track of exactly how he makes his way over to Capital One Arena, but that's where a lot of those celebrations will be. Now, let's talk a little bit about other things that we think might be happening at Capital One. We know from President-elect Donald Trump that he will be signing a lot of executive orders today. And I think we'll probably talk about those more later once we maybe get a sense of exactly what's in them. But I think a lot of the places that we're looking at there are some of the places where we think he will be signing those executive orders. It's traditionally something that the incoming president opts to do very swiftly, since taking executive action is the one thing the president can do unilaterally without Congress getting involved. Right. But what's your sense, Sagar, of maybe how many executive orders we're going to see today and what we think we might be getting in terms of the content of what they cover?
Yeah, he being Donald Trump, has long promised, day one, I'm going to do X and Y and Z. I don't know exactly what that will be, but it's a safe bet to think he'll be signing orders about immigration, about energy policy, about scaling back the size of the federal workforce, a big thing that he's been involved with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Ordinarily, some new presidents will sign executive orders inside the Capitol before leaving for the White House, and then upon getting into the White House, because traditionally there's no stop in between those two places. Now you do have Capital One Arena. You have 20,000 people there. Not out of the realm of possibility that a desk is set up and Donald Trump, ever the showman, will sit down and pull out one of his famous Sharpies and put his name on some so people can watch him do that. We don't have a very good sense yet from the Trump people of how many that might be. Will it be a handful? Will it be dozens? We just don't know. We do know that when he sat in that same arena yesterday, he said, we're not going to waste a minute. I'm going to take some executive action that you're going to like a lot. We'll just have to see now how many of them he actually does put his name on.
I mean, I've heard everything from dozens to 100. I even saw the number 200 yesterday. But I guess for a lot of the folks who are gathered there at Capital One, getting this experience of, like we were just talking about, seeing the incoming president, and really it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many of them to especially do that in Washington, to actually get to see him take some of those official actions and to enact policies, or at least on an executive level, to change the way that things are done in the United States. I mean, that would be an interesting opportunity, I guess, for somebody who's here as one of his supporters to actually see that happening.
Yeah, and we get those at the White House quite a bit, where there is a bill signing where the president will make some brief remarks and then sit down at a desk surrounded by lawmakers or whomever it might be. And you get to watch them sign it, and depending on how close the microphones get, you can actually hear the pen on the paper. With Trump, you could hear it very vividly because of that thick Sharpie that right. he liked to use. But again, that's a chance that some of us in the White House press pool get the opportunity to be in the room to watch that happen. You don't usually get to see that with 20,000 people in a professional sports arena who might have been there for a concert or for a game. Now get to watch the President of the United States actually put his name on some official documentation. So that would no doubt be a thrill for those folks. Again, like so many things that we remember from that first administration, we just don't know exactly what it is Donald Trump's going to do until he actually does it.
But I guess we'll be kept in suspense along with the people there in Capital One. We are still seeing pictures of the front of St. John's Episcopal Church. That, again, is where President-elect Donald Trump is participating in a morning church service before he heads over to the White House, which you also see. That, of course, will be his home for the next 4 years as President of the United States. But it's also where he will participate in a last get-together with current President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, as is tradition for outgoing and incoming presidents on Inauguration Day. So for now, we will leave you with these images, and we will be back shortly to walk through the rest of this Inauguration Day, which, as we have been noted, takes us all across Washington here in the District of Columbia and culminates back at the White House, which you see there on your screen, for the rest of then soon-to-be President Donald Trump's day in office, his first day back as President of the United States. So right now we're going to listen in to what is going on there outside St. John's Episcopal Church, and we will be back shortly to see where incoming President Donald Trump heads after this church service. You're looking now again at the door of St. John's Episcopal Church, where we have just seen Vice President-elect J.D. Vance exiting after this Inauguration Day prayer service. We expect to see President-elect Donald Trump on his way out shortly. They've been in church for about 45 minutes for this service that is part of every Inauguration Day since 1933. And we also understand that the Bidens, you see there, along with Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, they have been there at the White House. The Bidens will be shortly greeting the Trumps after the Trumps exit the church service and go over to the White House for this private meeting, a coffee and tea between the incoming and outgoing presidents, another tradition that we always see on Inauguration Day, at least mostly see on Inauguration Day. We did not see that happen 4 years ago when Donald Trump was leaving the White House and Joe Biden was coming in. But we are now looking again at St. John's Episcopal Church. Again, that is where we expect any moment to see President-elect Donald Trump exiting the church, which is just across Lafayette Park from the White House here in Washington, and heading over to the White House to see Joe Biden and Jill Biden for one of their last official acts there in the White House as the President and First Lady. But notably, again, 4 years ago, this is not an exchange that we saw happen when Joe Biden was coming into the White House and Donald Trump was leaving it. We did not see the Trumps as part of that handoff of power between administrations. And so to have this moment and to have several weeks ago see that moment between Trump meeting with Joe Biden at the White House, as we typically do see after an election with an incoming and outgoing president to have their private meeting, which they did. That happened several weeks ago at the White House there in the Oval Office. But we are still watching the door of St. John's Episcopal Church, watching for Donald Trump and Melania Trump to exit this church after the service and head over to the White House to have that meeting with the President and First Lady. And then from there, all four of them will travel together over to the U.S. Capitol for the swearing in, for the inauguration ceremony of Donald Trump into his second term as president. And after that, we will see the Bidens leave Washington. We traditionally see a farewell, a formal goodbye of sorts occurring after that swearing in of the new president, where the outgoing president will bid them adieu, and then we will see the Bidens leaving Washington, heading out to Joint Base Andrews, and then onward from there to California. But now we are still looking to watch for President-elect Donald Trump coming out of the White House, or of St. John's Episcopal Church. And as this is happening, we'll just take a moment to kind of think about other things that we are learning and thinking about this first day, which will be officially a half day, but still the first official day of this second Trump administration. We have been hearing about all the executive orders that he plans to sign. We expect that to start pretty much as soon as he is sworn in, Sagar. We've been talking about how that may be happening at several different locations around Washington, from maybe there at the Capitol Rotunda to the Capital One Arena to certainly the White House and the Oval Office after the other official events of the day and when he kind of gets down to business there in the Oval Office.
Yeah, the incoming Trump team has been busy while the president-elect has been inside the church. His team has been busy briefing reporters about what is going to come, and we understand that there will be a whole series of executive actions, as we previewed a little while ago, specifically about remaking immigration policy. Mm-hmm. That's something Donald Trump has made no secret of, that day one, literally within the first hours of reassuming the office, that was going to be a priority. Unclear how that's going to play out, but that's what we're expecting.
Thank you for that. We will pause here just for a moment and listen in, because I believe that President-elect Donald Trump is going to be coming out of St. John's Episcopal Church.
President Trump, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling? President Trump, President. Come talk to us, President Trump. Mr. President, how was the service? Mr. President, will you talk to us? What do you think about the pardons? Mr. President, any response to the pardons? Mr. President, how is this different for you from 8 years ago?
You're watching now as President-elect Donald Trump and incoming First Lady Melania Trump leave St. John's Episcopal Church. They are only on a short drive, though. They are headed to the White House, which is just across Lafayette Park from the church. When they get to the White House, they will be greeted by President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, again for the traditional changeover of sorts, a coffee and tea gathering with the outgoing and incoming president and president's spouse. So we are watching there at the White House, where we anticipate shortly we will see President-elect Donald Trump rolling up. And again, the next time that he comes back to the White House after this gathering, he will be entering it as the President of the United States, not as President-elect. So again, this is one of those moments on Inauguration Day that we typically see and watch for, but we didn't see 4 years ago when it was Donald Trump's turn to exit the White House and Joe Biden's turn to come into it. But we are back on schedule, at least in terms of some parts of this Inauguration Day. It is awfully cold, so we won't see the traditional view on the west front of the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. That will be happening inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, with a much smaller audience. Only about 600 people can fit in there, according to what organizers have told us, instead of the hundreds of thousands who perhaps would have been on the National Mall to watch the swearing in. But that will be the next stop after this one. Again, we are watching the White House here, where President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump will be shortly arriving for their meeting with President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. This is a tradition on Inauguration Day. It's not one that we saw 4 years ago, but it is something that we are watching for today, for the outgoing and incoming presidents to have an informal handoff of power before they ride together to the U.S. Capitol for the formal handoff of power, for the swearing in of the new president and the farewell of the outgoing president. That's what we'll see for Joe Biden and Jill Biden after the official swearing-in ceremony, when they depart the Capitol grounds, headed for Joint Base Andrews, and then on from there to Santa Ynez, California, for some respite and time away after their time in the White House has ended. So, Sagar, we are still sitting here and watching the White House. So after this, where will we see these outgoing and incoming presidents head? Where do they go next?
They will make the traditional ride together, the outgoing president, the incoming president, on that 3-mile drive to the Capitol. Instead of taking that traditional walk down on the West Front, they'll be walking into the Capitol Rotunda for the oath. Notable that it was just 2 weeks ago that much of official Washington also gathered in the Rotunda. That's where Jimmy Carter's body was lying in state. And now 2 weeks later, the public will again be focused on what happens underneath the Capitol dome. That ride together is always fascinating. We've seen images from the early 1900s of open vehicles, and you have names like William Howard Taft and Warren Harding and others riding. And now, obviously not an open top, but you should have Joe Biden and Donald Trump riding together in a armored limousine up to the Capitol, where Donald Trump will go from being the 45th president and an ex-president to now being the 47th president.
Seeing there some of the Trump family members exiting the church, purportedly also getting ready to start making their way over to the Capitol for the swearing in, which will be happening in just over 2 hours from now. Yes, Sagar, I've often wondered on that ride between the White House and the Capitol, what is the conversation like? Obviously, these two, it would be very interesting to know, but I mean, Donald Trump's been there before. He might not have any requests for tips, which another incoming president might have.
I think the thought is, especially with this relationship and that fraught relationship Donald Trump has had publicly with his predecessors, that it would be contentious or that there would be nothing at all. But if you remember, during Jimmy Carter's state funeral at the National Cathedral, Donald Trump and Barack Obama sat next to each other, and and were just looked like they were joking and laughing.
Lots of conversation.
And having fun. Would love to know what it is they were talking about, but they both looked very at ease and almost friendly. And we know that is not, again, at least publicly, the relationship that has been described. So is this going to be Joe Biden giving Donald Trump some final tidbits about the state of affairs? We're going to find out.
All right, we see now images of the motorcade arriving at the White House. Not a very long drive, but especially not, I guess, when you're president-elect. A lot of streets do get shut down for you. But now we see the Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff standing there to receive official guests on their last day, also as part of the outgoing Biden and Harris administration. So let's listen in for a moment.
much.
Nice. I like the effort. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Here's a look inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, where we are seeing some musical selections being performed. Again, that is where President-elect Donald Trump will be taking the oath of office about 2 hours from now. Inside, because it is very cold here in Washington, and official events have been moved from the west front of the Capitol to inside the Rotunda. So let's listen in to this musical performance. Now you're seeing the U.S. Capitol, where just in the past couple of moments we have seen some members of Donald Trump's family arriving. We just saw daughter Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner and their children arrive for Donald Trump's inauguration, which will be happening in just over 2 hours. On your screen, you also see a helicopter. That will be Marine One. At least it's Marine One when the president is on board. I'm a little bit unclear exactly what it is called when a former president is on board. And that will be the case when we see Joe Biden and Jill Biden departing the Capitol after the swearing in of Donald Trump. Then he will be the former president. They will be leaving the Capitol grounds, headed to Joint Base Andrews, and flying on to California from there. So there's the shot of the U.S. Capitol, and now there's the Capital One Arena. Again, that is also a location here in Washington playing a role in part of our inauguration of the next president. That is where Donald Trump will be going after he is sworn in for an event that is standing in for what would have been the inaugural parade throughout Washington, but instead will now be kind of a new sort of event with some of the same parties taking place. We expect to see a lot of music. We also expect that Trump, who will then be the president, may sign some of those executive orders that he has promised he will be enacting today as among his first official acts on becoming president for a second term. So there is also another shot of the U.S. Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue. That is the traditional parade route where we would have anticipated seeing Donald Trump travel between the Capitol and the White House. He may be driving along that route, but it won't be lined with the tens of thousands of people who ordinarily would have been out there to see him make that very traditional inaugural trip. It is very cold, so officials have told people to stay inside to observe these official proceedings from elsewhere and not gather in large numbers outside. Here in Washington, it is currently about 24 degrees, and it is not anticipated to be much warmer than that at noon, which is when Donald Trump will officially be the next president of the United States. We are still waiting on the Trumps to arrive here at the White House for their tea and coffee private gathering with President Joe Biden and Jill Biden. But we will continue to watch for Donald Trump and Melania Trump to make that trip over to the White House, their last, before they officially become president and first lady.
What's going on? Families come in or just the Vances? There's tea in the negative. Yeah. I don't know how long this is. It's pretty short. Maybe it means less than exactly right. They do. So yeah, 20 minutes worth of tea and snacks and then on the go. Yeah, well that's going to be on the part. I would assume I would think, yeah. Little kid rock.
You're looking again at the White House, where we know that President-elect Donald Trump and his wife, Melania Trump, will shortly be arriving. Again, this is when they will be having their private meeting with President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, just the four of them, and it's part of that unofficial handover of power between an outgoing and incoming administration. It's not something that we saw happening 4 years ago when Donald Trump was leaving the White House and Joe Biden was coming into it, but it is something that we anticipate seeing today. As we wait for them to roll up, one important note to point out is we did see Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, welcome incoming Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha Vance, just moments ago when they entered the White House. And that's interesting because typically the outgoing Vice President will invite the incoming Vice President to get together ahead of today. We didn't see that happen between Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance, but we did in this hour just a little while ago see her welcoming him there at the White House, where purportedly they are doing something similar. They're taking a look at President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden as they await President-elect Donald Trump. There he is, coming up to greet them for this private meeting. Let's listen in as Donald Trump and Melania Trump arrive at the White House.
Ask them if they have health signs on that.
You're seeing there again a shot of the White House where President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden have just welcomed the Trumps, Donald Trump and Melania Trump, in for their private gathering. On the left, though, you see the Capitol, as well as the helicopter that will take the Bidens away from Washington as the former president and former First Lady in just a couple of hours from now. And this may be a good opportunity for us, Sagar, to kind of talk a little bit about Joe Biden's final actions as president. This is the last day that he will be the current president of the United States. But it has been a pretty active day in terms of official things that he can do in the final hours of his administration. So let's talk a little bit about what are some of those things that we have seen coming out of the Biden White House in these last moments.
The thing that has gotten the most attention that happened, about two and a half hours ago now, a lot of pardons and commutations from the president in previous days. Some very big names being preemptively pardoned this morning. The president has issued pardons to Dr. Anthony Fauci, the former head of infectious disease research for the United States. General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the members of the House panel that investigated the January 6th attacks. This is after Trump had basically throughout his campaign vowed retribution against those that he perceived tried to hurt him, tried to hurt the nation. He has long gone after General Milley, whom again, he handpicked as his senior military advisor to be in charge of America's military. Long at odds with Anthony Fauci over the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then, of course, the January 6th riot, where the president-elect has already said he wants to pardon the rioters. President Biden has now preemptively moved to shield those officials from anything that might happen. He says this is not an admission of guilt or wrongdoing or a thought that they may face prosecution, but I couldn't not do something about this. Both General Milley and Dr. Fauci have come out and said that they appreciate it, that they did not want to have to fight back against what someone, in this case Donald Trump, perceived as some type of slight. Tony Fauci flat says, I have not committed any crimes. I have spent my entire career trying to keep the American people healthy, but I appreciate the president's move. So this is something that had been discussed within the White House for months now. Is the president going to preemptively move to keep these folks out of harm's way, for lack of a better phrase? And that's exactly what he did this morning. It's an extraordinary use of presidential authority and could set the tone for Trump and others to then take actions like this immediately before they leave office.
Right, it's a large action to take, but also literally in the closing hours of an administration. I guess, I mean, there's less time for it to be analyzed while that presidency is still ongoing, because the news cycle will move on necessarily to this next administration. I'm not attempting to analyze exactly why the timing was put like that, but it is something that those of us who cover this have been wondering for a long time. Is this going to happen? And now that it finally has happened in these very closing hours.
It is customary for citizens who've been, in the president's case, convicted of drug crimes and things to receive clemency, but to do it in this kind of untested way with this type of name, Tony Fauci, Mark Milley, Benny Thompson, Liz Cheney, right down the row, incredibly unusual. And as we talk about the peaceful transfer of power, and they smiled and shook hands at the White House, and what are they going to chat about in the limousine? This is directly from President Biden to his successor, hey, you said you're going to do this, I'm not going to let you do it. So here you go. Hours before you have the office, it's still my job. I can do whatever I want. Just pretty stark to see it come out this morning.
Certainly. And then again, that limo ride between where they are right now, you see on your screen in the White House, to where you see on the left-hand side, the U.S. Capitol building. That is something I would love to be a fly on the wall just to hear what is discussed and what goes on in that conversation. You're seeing now other images of Washington. On the left-hand side, the U.S. Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue, that traditional parade route where we expect Donald Trump to be traveling, but perhaps not officially in the parade that ordinarily would take place on an inauguration. That all has been called off and rescheduled to an event you see on the right-hand side in the Capital One Arena here in Washington, where there will be, it's still being called a parade, but we're not exactly sure that it will have the same sort of format, certainly not the marching down Pennsylvania Avenue, but that's where Donald Trump will be going after he is sworn in as president here in just a few hours. And we expect also to see him sign some of those executive orders that Sagar and I have been talking about, some actions that he can take as president and has promised to do, and said right there in Capital One Arena last night that he felt his supporters would be very pleased with the type of executive orders that he would be signing today. So we will keep an eye on all of those spots, but right now, the Trumps and the Bidens continue their coffee and tea private gathering there in the White House on the upper right part of your screen.
I have zip ties. Hold that there. I got actually everything there. There we go. This will be the trick. Coming straight out, not like pinching off to the side or some shit like that. Okay, so you should be pretty good. You got some slack there. You're all good. Move this up close to your breathing. You can see this okay. I would have to touch this a little bit. I can bring it down a little bit. Yeah, it's not too far down. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, former speakers of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, the Honorable John Boehner, accompanied by Mrs. Debbie Boehner, the Honorable Newt Gingrich, accompanied by Ambassador Callista Gingrich, and Mrs. Heather Foley.
Had our king all ready to go.
Party going to go separately, but they're going to go in the door into the windows right here.
Yes. Spouses will go first. The second spouses will go first.
Okay, so everybody will go in right here.
Everybody's going to go, yeah, one car at a time. They'll fill up, leave, the next one comes up.
Okay, very good.
Not yet.
We're seeing now these first images of the people leaving the White House after these private meetings. That was just Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff and Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife. He's the incoming vice president, of course. And they are the first to be set up in the official limousines to be departing the White House, heading over to the U.S. Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony, which will be happening in just under 2 hours from now if we're sticking to the official schedule of events here in Washington. There you see one of 4 limousines now at least that are lined up there at the portico of the White House. We'll be taking Doug Emhoff and Usha Vance off to the U.S. Capitol. They are departing now. We expect next to see President Kamala Harris and the incoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, exiting next and getting into their limousine to be taken off to the U.S. Capitol. Of course, J.D. Vance here in just a little over an hour and a half from now will be the Vice President of the United States, being sworn in by Supreme Court Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh, one of his longtime friends, as we're all reading up on history of all of the characters involved with this Inauguration Day. They've known each other since their Yale Law School days, so there's a fun fact for you. But here we're still looking at pictures of the White House where for the past little bit of time, under an hour, there's been an unofficial casual tea and coffee, off the record, at least not privy to reporters like me, but a meeting between President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, and the incoming President Donald Trump, President-elect, and Melania Trump, his wife. They have been gathering for one of these moments that we see on Inauguration days here at the White House. And soon, those two will also be getting into a car together and making that trip just a couple of miles down to the U.S. Capitol, where the rest of the official swearing in for Donald Trump's inauguration will be happening on this Monday, January 20th, here in Washington, D.C. So we're looking at those doors, waiting to see who's coming out next. Sagar, we can spend this moment, I guess, just to kind of talk a little bit about this last day in office for the Bidens, not just as an administration, but as a family. They have been living in the White House for 4 years. And once they leave here in just a few minutes, that move-out process really kicks in to do that turnover in between administrations. There's really only about 5 or 6 hours to get it all done. What all is going to be happening once they exit those doors?
Yeah, it is a fascinating choreography that takes place right now at the White House. We're looking at the North Portico. Well, they arrived and they'll be leaving. On the other side of the White House, there are moving trucks lined up that will be waved in the instant that the Bidens and the Trumps leave. One group will be moving all the Biden stuff out. One group will be moving all the Trump stuff in. In between, stripping all the beds, shampooing the carpets, replacing what needs to be replaced. Linens, towels, whatever it might be. Closets stocked. The White House usher's office would have been in touch with the Trumps for the last few months about where certain things go, what are the favorite foods and snacks that we need to have in the various kitchens, in the residence, and elsewhere. We know all about Donald Trump and his penchant for Diet Cokes. You can rest assured that there is a lot of Diet Coke on hand, at least on the White House driveway right now. So, yeah, they've got about 4 or 5 hours of controlled chaos, as one former White House official put it, to get all the old First Family stuff out and make sure that when the new First Family comes in, they're good to go. They're not having to root through boxes like the rest of us when we move into a new place and, you know, where is that stuff for the kitchen, or where did we put the bike pump, whatever it is. That's all laid out in the mansion. Donald Trump's not going to have to be looking for any of that.
Yeah, moving day is always a stressful time. Try not to think about that, because it's just, you're living in those boxes for months, but not when you're living in the White House, because there are plenty of folks to take care of that.
And then there's the personal part of just leaving where you've lived for 4 years, a place that in Joe Biden's case, he tried so hard for so long to get into, and now has to leave 4 years later. And on his, perhaps his final tweet under the @POTUS account on X, It's a selfie with the president and the first lady with a snow-covered rose garden behind them and the Oval Office just on the other side. One more selfie for the road. We love you, America. So you can almost picture them stepping out onto the colonnade on this horribly cold DC day to say, hey, let's take a quick selfie. I mean, I've done that, walking along that when we're out covering White House events. But for the president and first lady to get to do that one last time, because as you said, when those doors open again and they walk out, that's it. They're boarding what would be known as Marine One and heading out. And that is the end of the Biden presidency.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to think about, what you were just mentioning about that personal side of things. What we're watching are all of these official events, and what we know always is part of the tick-tock of a day, like Inauguration Day. There are set pieces. There are even specific times assigned to a lot of this, especially that noontime when it is according to the way that things are set out. It's not just we picked this time. It's like that is the official time. Now we're seeing those doors at the north portico of the White House open again. We see First Lady Jill Biden and incoming First Lady Melania Trump exiting and getting into their own limousine, where they will be taken over to the U.S. Capitol. We have talked a little bit about the outgoing president and the incoming president and kind of what they might share in casual conversation. But this is also a first lady who's been here before. Melania Trump has been in the White House and has occupied that role. And I wonder she's at the end of this next term, she will have been first lady for longer than Jill Biden was. She will have more experience, but I just wonder what their conversations are like too, in terms of what they hope to accomplish or what Melania is thinking about in this next 4 years.
And Melania recently told Fox that it's easier this time around. She's lived there. She knows what the space is like. She knows what they want. She knows which furniture they want to bring in. The incoming first family gets to redecorate the residence with things pulled from White House stocks and bring things from home that are sentimental or what have you. And she said, since we've been here, and I know what it looks like, we were kind of coming in blind last time, although Michelle Obama did invite her into the residence and gave her the tour 8 years ago. Again, a courtesy that Melania Trump did not extend Jill Biden 4 years ago. But she didn't need that this time. And in fact, she skipped Donald Trump's visit here after the election. She knew what it was about, and she knew what she was getting into, and she seemed visibly more comfortable in this interview with the prospect of, moving away from Trump Tower and moving away from these big gilded residences that they have in Florida and elsewhere, and moving into the White House. And taking pains to note that Barron Trump will have a bedroom in the White House for when he comes home to visit from college. He's not the little kid he was during the first Trump administration. He's now about, I think, taller than his father. Now it's a little bit jarring to see, frankly.
He has definitely grown up and attending colleges in New York City. Now we see Vice President Kamala Harris and incoming Vice President J.D. Vance making their exit. Let's listen in as they depart for the U.S. Capitol.
Thank you, sir.
So there's just one pair left in terms of who we anticipate to be departing the White House and heading to the U.S. Capitol. That will be President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump, who will be getting into what you see there, that limousine that's pulling up here at the north portico of the White House to take them to the U.S. Capitol for Donald Trump's second inauguration.
President Biden confirmed as President-elect Trump arrived this morning that he did in fact continue a tradition dating back to Ronald Reagan, now in 1989, of leaving his successor a handwritten note inside the Oval Office. There had been a little bit of question about whether that was going to happen. Donald Trump left Joe Biden a note. Remember, he did not concede the race, still has not conceded it, but he did leave Joe Biden a note. President Biden has refused to divulge what was in that, except he called it shockingly gracious. And Trump himself said that he spent a few days mulling over what to put in it. So President Biden's not saying what is in the note, but he is now the first president to receive a note from the person for whom he then had to write a note. We're full of presidential history and tidbits today, and that's
absolutely. It's just one of those circumstances.
That's another one that wasn't on the list for this morning, but there it is.
Thank you for that. I guess I'm just a nerd, but I do really enjoy learning more about this presidential history. And this is one of those days where we all kind of get good reminders of a lot of different inauguration-related tidbits, particularly. So much rich history here.
We would note that when the Trumps arrived, President Biden made it a point to say "welcome home" to Donald Trump as they approached. So I think the facial expressions will tell us something when they walk out those doors. A lot of smiles and handshakes on the way in, and now the reality of making that final walk out that door and that trip to Capitol Hill.
It is kind of interesting to think about this in the context of what we just saw a few weeks ago with former President Jimmy Carter's funeral, where we had the current president and several former presidents and their wives in attendance, seated together, greeting each other kind of backstage before they all came out. And there's always a lot of armchair quarterbacking in terms of trying to figure out exactly what the mechanics are and if any of these folks get along. But as we know, there is the ex-president's club, where only someone who has been through the mechanics of this job really understands other aspects of it. And I think that's something that's important to remember when we have these moments. There are a lot of political disagreements, certainly over a variety of different issues, but it is a select few people who really have been there and understand the gravity of the office.
And it's what America wants to put on display every 4 years, right? January 20th is the day to show the world, yes, this campaign was bitter. It was nasty. You and I were out there enough and heard these speeches. But when it comes time and the election happens, more often than not, the loser says, you know what, I lost. And the people made their choice. Now we move ahead. Now you make the change.
And here we see these doors opening again, where President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump are exiting the Capitol. They're preceded by Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat from Minnesota. Let's listen in as they leave the White House. We're seeing Joe Biden and Donald Trump pulling away from the White House. Again, this is Joe Biden's last time exiting the White House as the President of the United States, and the last time that Donald Trump will make that same trip until he is president later on this afternoon. They're making their way over to the U.S. Capitol now, and as they make that relatively short trip, Sagar, I thought we could talk a little bit about some inauguration history. Clearly, America has been swearing presidents into office since 1789, but it hasn't always happened in Washington. Where was George Washington first sworn in?
Yeah,
where did that take place?
It didn't happen until 1801 here in Washington, because in 1789, New York City was the U.S. Capitol. So George Washington had to go all the way from Mount Vernon in Virginia, get all the way up to New York City in bad weather. And so the swearing-in didn't happen until, well, it then used to be March 4th was the date. It didn't happen until April 30th. And so George Washington took the oath of office there. "I walk on untrodden ground" was one of the lines that he uttered. 4 years later, he took it in Philadelphia, which, again, at the time, was the capital. It wasn't until Thomas Jefferson that the first oath was taken here. It has been taken here every time since, whether that was in the Capitol, whether the oath was in the White House, like Ronald Reagan was forced to take it 40 years ago. You have had the exceptions due to tragedy. You had Lyndon Johnson take the oath aboard Air Force One on the tarmac at Love Field in Dallas after John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Calvin Coolidge, the vice president, was at his family farm in Vermont. No running water, no power. Warren Harding dies. A courier had to be sent to the Coolidge farm to tell the vice president that he was now the president. His father was a notary public.
Oh, convenient.
And standing in the family farmhouse with a kerosene lamp, gave his son the oath of office. Calvin Coolidge, of course, returned to Washington to then do that. But it's taken a few different forms over the years, but the oath stays the same. For now on, the date stays the same. And everything else is just kind of part of the fabric of Washington.
That's fascinating. We're seeing the motorcade now make that turn onto Pennsylvania Avenue as they proceed from the White House down to the U.S. Capitol. At the Capitol, we've seen various dignitaries making their way into the rotunda. We've had former speakers of the U.S. House and others who are getting into what is a relatively small space, all things considered, for an entire swearing-in ceremony to be happening. Ordinarily, we'd be out on the west front of the U.S. Capitol, but due to weather, everything is moved inside the Capitol Rotunda, where there are a number of seats arranged, but there's really only space for a small fraction of who would ordinarily be watching this all take place out of doors on the west front of the Capitol.
We've alluded to it so many times, but it's just so odd, having been in Washington for so long, to look at these streets, and there are basically police officers and a few tourists and what look to be perhaps some construction workers. That's it. I mean, we would ordinarily have tens of thousands of people lining this route to get a look at that. And we've been in a lot of motorcades. That's quite a motorcade, even for Washington. You know, with that look, heading up toward the United States Capitol, decked out in flags, and you can see those flags lining the street to give you a sense of just how cold it is here in Washington. That's the wind whipping those flags.
And we saw the wind so intense there at the White House on the North Portico that I saw one of the flags kind of knock one of the Marines' caps backwards when they were holding the doors open for everyone. And it is extremely cold, but also blustery out there. So I'm glad you and I are inside.
Yeah, I think we've spent enough time outside for these events to appreciate being inside. But again, that's what has upended years of planning, and kind of sent the district into a bit of a tailspin, trying to figure out security, and again the ticketing at Capital One Arena. 250,000 people had tickets to watch this happen from the Capitol grounds. That arena sits 20,000. The math is not very good.
No, and all those tickets now are considered to be commemorative tickets because they didn't get you access to the Capital One Arena if you had one of those Capitol tickets initially. And I'm sure there are a lot of disappointed people who had come to town hoping to get that viewpoint, but there is the event at Capital One Arena. I'm sure that there are a lot of places around Washington where folks have gathered to watch what is history. Regardless of party, it is still a historic moment to watch a new president taking the oath, and it will look different. I mean, this hasn't happened from inside the rotunda in 40 years, so a lot of people who would have been paying attention to all the coverage today maybe weren't so much 40 years ago. So that it'll look different, but it's still part of history.
As we said, 600 people fit inside the rotunda. So, for example, the only former lawmakers that have been allowed inside, physically allowed inside the rotunda, are 3 former Republican House speakers. Newt Gingrich is there, John Boehner is there, Kevin McCarthy, not a good Trump ally, but he is there. And the House came into session this morning, quickly recessed so that members could make their way over, but that traditional roster of so many folks is not going to be in place this time. Though we do know that a lot of these tech billionaires that Donald Trump has allied himself with, who have flocked to Washington, not just today, but in the weeks since the inauguration, have also scored some prime seating near where the president-elect will take his oath.
It's always important in these sorts of circumstances to look and see who is in there and then try to telegraph as much as we can what that signifies. And I think we already know in the incoming Trump administration the sort of relationships that he has been working to build with some of those that we're going to be seeing in there. The motorcade is now going to be approaching the U.S. Capitol, where we will see all the people who just loaded up at the White House, then arriving at the Capitol. For in about an hour, we will be seeing that swearing in take place for Donald Trump. Again, there on your screen, you see the U.S. helicopter. It would be Marine One when a president is on board, but otherwise, that is what Joe Biden will be boarding after Donald Trump is inaugurated. That is what will take then the former president and former first lady off to Joint Base Andrews, where they will begin a trip out to California, purportedly a vacation, an opportunity to kind of reset after their time in the White House has concluded. But for the next hour and change, Joe Biden will still be president, and he will be arriving here at the U.S. Capitol with the incoming president, President-elect Donald Trump, who has been part of this motorcade for the last couple of minutes, coming from the White House. Down there is that shot you see of Pennsylvania Avenue leading up to the U.S. Capitol. Not outside, but inside. He will soon be inaugurated for his second term in office. Here we see some of those shots of the motorcade as they make their way up to the area where all of the parties will be getting out of their limousines and walking into the Capitol.
Awaiting them in the rotunda already, you have Congress's top officials. You have House Speaker Mike Johnson, a Republican, who has very closely allied himself with the incoming president, saying to him, it's bright, sunny outside and bright in our heart. Then you have the Senate's top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, who walked in carrying a royal blue cap, and when asked how he feels today, said, feel great about the Bills. Now, that comes after the Buffalo Bills. Schumer, of course, from New York, beat the Baltimore Ravens last night to advance to the AFC Championship. So it was a way for Chuck Schumer to get in a plug for a home state team on the day after a big NFL playoff weekend.
We see these arrivals starting to happen there at the U.S. Capitol. We understand there were some other officials there in the motorcade with the president and president-elect as they were making their way into the U.S. Capitol. Amy Klobuchar, the senator, as we just referenced earlier, but also some other elected officials, including Deb Fischer of Nebraska, and then also House lawmakers, Steve Scalise, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, and other White House staff and officials accompanying the president, first lady, incoming president and first lady, and then, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris, her husband, and J.D. Vance and his wife. Just got. We just saw J.D. Vance and Usha Vance exiting their limousine, walking into the White House or to the U.S. Capitol.
You see even police officers who are used to this kind of thing in Washington want to get their picture taken in front of the helicopter. That's quite a shot for that officer to have. Marine One sitting in front of the Capitol dome.
Not something you see all the time.
No. And you would note the flags. That one flag you can see flying in front of the Capitol dome back up at full staff after they had been lowered for the Jimmy Carter warning.
We see now people from that motorcade have been making their way into the Capitol. That includes President-elect Donald Trump. We're looking now inside the Capitol Rotunda. There you see Elon Musk, one of those businessmen who are invited to be part of this very small, relatively speaking, swearing-in ceremony. There's Melania Trump. Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. How do you feel?
There's J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha. And we talked about this Capitol Rotunda really not having a lot of extra space, Sagar, for even those former lawmakers that we would usually anticipate being there for an event like this. But when we see these images and really just kind of note how close together everyone is, there is just not extra room to get maybe even one or two more people aside from what they've been able to plan for. It's a different kind of situation, but
shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah,
and you
pretty
can
much.
see in the front in that shot the current members of the Senate kind of crammed together. You had Mark Warner, a Democrat from Virginia, next to John Barrasso, a Republican from Wyoming, who was next to Dick Durbin, the number 2 Senate Democrat from Illinois, all kind of clustered very close together here. Talked earlier about Brett Kavanaugh being the one who will administer the oath to J.D. Vance. Vance is only 40. Be the not the youngest vice president, but one of them. There was a 36-year-old vice president, but that was back in James Buchanan's administration in the late 50s. But there have been others in their 40s, Al Gore, Teddy Roosevelt, but breaking with a bit of precedent here. A fairly young J.D. Vance set to take the oath of office, followed, of course, by the oldest man to take the oath as president in Donald Trump.
We're seeing now some members of the incoming Trump administration walking into the rotunda. Clearly, those confirmation hearings for a number of positions have been ongoing in the Senate for at least a week, a little over, and we anticipate those to resume again tomorrow. There have not been official votes, but there will be some more open hearings as well as some business meetings and markups of some of the committee work before a lot of those nominations proceed to the full Senate for their vote.
You had Kevin Hassett, who was looking to come back as the Trump White House's top economist after serving in that role in the first Trump administration. Tulsi Gabbard, who would be the national intelligence chief, Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum, all lined up there to watch the man they hope is their boss to be taking the oath.
Susie Wiles, White House Chief of Staff.
It used to be fun at these outdoor events on the West Front to look around it again. You'd see the justices of the Supreme Court sitting together. You'd see the Joint Chiefs, the nation's top military officers, sitting together and taking a look out at the crowd. In fact, we just got a look at General C.Q. Brown, who is the now outgoing chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the nation's top military officer. Former Vice President Dan Quayle and Marilyn Quayle making their way inside the rotunda. We don't get a lot of Dan Quayle sightings in Washington lately, but that's now 2 in 2 weeks after he was here for Jimmy Carter's funeral.
Indeed.
We talk about young vice presidents like J.D. Vance. Dan Quayle, basically an unknown congressman when George H.W. Bush tapped him to be vice president in 1989.
It is rare to get all of these officials together in the same space, but I think there have been a lot of remarks lately about how that does happen at inaugurations and funerals, and we have had 2 of those in close proximity here in Washington in recent weeks.
It is reassuring, frankly, is it, for those of us who spend so much time covering the division here in Washington and the rancor, to see these people sit next to each other, to chat with them, to do what George W. Bush did at the Carter funeral and literally tap Barack Obama on the belly as he walked by.
Former Vice President Mike Pence coming in. Clearly he was vice president in Trump's first administration. Now joining the dignitaries who are in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda.
To see a lot of Elon Musk today. He will be speaking at the parade of sorts inside Capitol One Arena later today. Has been almost a constant by the president-elect's side since the last time you and I were in this room in November for the election.
And up until then, he had stumped so heavily for Trump on the campaign trail, particularly in Pennsylvania, which was one of those major areas of focus. But yes, was part of the events at Capitol One Arena last night with his son X, who actually joined him on stage with Donald Trump and didn't make his own remarks, but certainly was part of his father's remarks. But now we see Musk there again in the Capitol Rotunda and will be the incoming head of the Department of Government Efficiency, not an official government agency, but intended to cut costs throughout the government, something that Donald Trump has asked Elon Musk to be in charge of. So we will see what that agency or what that department accomplishes.
A new agency to cut back on the other agencies. With Vivek Ramaswamy, who we saw earlier, he's there somewhere. There's nowhere really to hide in the rotunda.
No,
so
we'll see him pop back up. Not a lot of space.
It looks a lot bigger when you're in there and there aren't 600 people.
It does. There's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., again appointed by Trump to head the Department of Health and Human Services, yet to have a hearing on Capitol Hill, although that is anticipated to be among some of the more contentious confirmation hearings that could be happening for this administration.
Now, the other side of that shot, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State designate, who did testify last week, and another tech titan, Jeff Bezos. We talked earlier about what's in the Constitution about the inauguration. There's nothing about a parade, there's nothing about balls, there's nothing about how you get to and from the Capitol. It's the date and it's the oath. That's it. Everything else has kind of evolved organically. In this case, evolved due to the weather. But all it prescribes is that by noon, that oath has to be taken. We are just over an hour away from that and should be approximately 55 minutes, let's say, from Donald Trump reciting those 35 words for a second time.
Former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton coming into the rotunda.
Hillary Clinton said watching Donald Trump take the oath 8 years ago after he beat her in that election was one of the hardest days of her life, but she felt a duty to be there and again to be here today with her husband, the former president.
Former President George W. Bush and First Lady Laura Bush.
We lamented that the indoors are going to rob us of one of the great visuals from inaugurations past. George W. Bush sitting there in his
clear poncho.
Yeah, almost looked to be a homemade rain cover of sorts.
Yeah, with this being inside, we really don't get to see that winter weather gear, unfortunately. There's former President Barack Obama also coming in. Without former First Lady Michelle Obama, who notably said that she would not be attending this inauguration, also did not attend Jimmy Carter's funeral here in Washington a few weeks ago.
Obama's office did not say why the former First Lady would not be here today. They did say she had a prior engagement during the Carter funeral, but again, pointedly, did not offer a reason for her absence today.
We're still taking a look inside the Capitol Rotunda there on the left-hand side, but on the right, that is again the Capital One Arena where Donald Trump, after he is inaugurated, will be making his way. In what would be the inaugural parade is now subbed in for an indoor event there at Capital One Arena here in Washington. People have been gathering there for hours, and they will be still waiting for some hours before the new president arrives. But these are a lot of his strong supporters, and assuredly they will still be there by the time he shows up.
And as they watched the images from the rotunda on the big screen inside the arena, some boos as Mike Pence walked in, and then a lot more boos as Bill and Hillary Clinton were shown on there.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats.
Folks in the Capital One Arena are able to watch all of the ceremonies and events from the Capitol Rotunda on the Jumbotron screen there in the middle of the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
Here we see Supreme Court justices making their way into the Capitol Rotunda. Clearly, the two of them will play a direct part of the proceedings here of the official swearing in. Chief Justice John Roberts will be the one to administer the oath to the president, as is tradition. And then Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will administer the oath to incoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
Interesting to note his wife's ties to both. You had Lucia Vance served as a clerk for Chief Justice Roberts. That is a coveted post in the legal community, and J.D. Vance was once a student in a law seminar taught at Yale by Justice Kavanaugh, and that explains the ties there and the reason that you just saw Brett Kavanaugh walking in ahead of Clarence Thomas, who is the senior member of the court who always asks the first questions during oral arguments before the Chief Justice does. It is always Justice Thomas. And that was a little bit striking to see Justice Kavanaugh, who came to the bench years after Justice Thomas, walking in front of him.
Here you see members of Donald Trump's family making their way into the rotunda.
Joked about Barron Trump earlier, but that shot of him with the slicked back hair a little bit there is very much looks like a late 70s, early 80s.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Standing ovation for those former Republican vice presidents who have just entered, Dan Quayle and now Mike Pence, who was Donald Trump's first vice president in his first term in office.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Now the former presidents start to make their entrances into the rotunda. First, former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Former President George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush.
George W. Bush always looks like he has fun at these events, winking and nodding at people and smiling, again, just simply tapping Barack Obama on the stomach on his way into the National Cathedral for the Carter funeral.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Former President Barack Obama, clearly the most recent president to precede either a Biden or Trump administration, because clearly now we will have the second of the Trump administrations. Before his first one, former President Obama was in office.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned Grover Cleveland yet. How is that? How is that possible? Let me just get that part out of the way. Donald Trump will be the first president to serve non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland, late in the 19th century.
There you go.
Sorry, that was I couldn't let that go. That had to be mentioned
States,
here at some
the
point.
Honorable John G. Roberts Jr. and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court justices officially coming into the rotunda. As we noted earlier, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, will administer the presidential oath, and he was immediately followed by Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who will be swearing in J.D. Vance as Vice President.
And you note at the end of that line, retired Justice David Breyer,
right,
joining some of his former colleagues. Of course, Ketanji Brown Jackson and Amy Coney Barrett on the end, the two newest justices.
see Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and next to him, First Lady Jill Biden, about to make their
Tiffany
entrance
Trump
into the rotunda.
and Barron Trump.
But first, Donald Trump's children.
Talk about those good seats that the tech titans have. I mean, they are all lined up immediately behind the president-elect's children. So, you know, something went into that seating chart. We saw Jared Kushner earlier shaking hands with Tim Cook from Apple and Sundar Pichai of Google, right on down the row, Mark Zuckerberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Now First Lady Jill Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff officially making their entrance into the rotunda. Sagar, I was just looking ahead to the schedule of what we're going to see in terms of this swearing-in ceremony, and there is several moments of participation from Amy Klobuchar, a Democratic senator from Minnesota, and someone was asking me, why is she part of this inauguration? She was not a supporter of Donald Trump, but she is part of the committee that organized this entire inauguration. So it's an official role for her today, in addition to being a member of the U.S. Senate.
Someone whose world was upended on Friday after all that work on getting this event together outdoors ended, and here we are inside the Rotunda. But a spot where at least Amy Klobuchar is well familiar from her time in the Senate. Very interesting mix of Republican and Democrat lawmakers standing together. You have Michael McCall, the Republican from Texas, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from Florida, standing shoulder to shoulder, and another sign of just how tight it is in the Rotunda. See Melania Trump's father standing in front of Elon Musk and next to Barron Trump. Melania Trump's mother, of course, died while they were out of the White House, and her dad is back to watch her become First Lady for the second time. According to the schedule that they had put out, and things in Washington rarely, if ever, happen on schedule, except things like the inauguration, should be seeing J.D. Vance take his oath as vice president in about 10 minutes from now. As Brett Kavanaugh awaits actually administering that oath. See the spouses, Lucia Vance, and then Melania Trump.
about to be escorted into the rotunda.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing "O America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
From your mountains grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me. To pay to thee,
Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Davy Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. The Vice President-elect of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. The President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President,
the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Christ was born across the sea. With our glory in his bosom, that transfigured Jew and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His will is not begun. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal. which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
you know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors and star-spangled
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
back. So you're watching pictures there on the left hand of your screen as members of Congress and other participants in the swearing-in ceremony leave the Capitol Rotunda. They're filing out. As those proceedings are now over, on the right side of your screen, we are watching a door elsewhere in the Capitol where we expect that we will see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump and former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden walking out. This is another one of those set pieces that occur on Inauguration days where an outgoing president is bade farewell from the current president. So earlier, remember, we were looking and seeing those pictures of the helicopter there on the Capitol grounds that is waiting to take the Bidens from this part of their journey onward to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We are watching and waiting for them to come out and get started on that process. And as we do, Sagar, let's talk a little bit about Biden's last official acts as president. In the minutes, basically, before Donald Trump was sworn in and took the oath, what did we see coming out of the Biden administration?
Yeah, we had mentioned earlier this morning that he had issued some high-profile, preemptive pardons to Dr. Anthony Fauci, to General Mark Milley, to members of the January 6th committee. Literally in the waning moments before Donald Trump took the oath, he extended preemptive pardons to his two spouses, to Valerie Biden and to Robert Biden, and their spouses, to basically protect them from threats from Trump. The president, in a written statement, said that his family had been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, and that he had no reason to believe the attacks would end. So he has extended pardons to family members, also to Native American activist Leonard Peltier, who has been serving a prison sentence for killing 2 FBI agents back in the 70s. So a flurry of last-minute executive action like that from President Biden in the very minutes before he became former President Biden.
And it's interesting to think, just a bit of context, back when Joe Biden issued the pardon for his son, for Hunter, and there was a lot of commentary about how this is coming so late in a presidency. Clearly, he was trying to kind of wait as long as possible so there wouldn't be any blowback or opportunity for people to be critical of the administration. That was nothing in terms of last minute compared to what we just saw today from what you were just running through.
Right, and an AP Newark Center for Public Affairs research poll at the time found that the Hunter Biden pardon was very unpopular, not something people were really pleased that the president was doing, essentially using the power of his office to make sure that his surviving son was immune from prosecution. Like you said, that now almost seems like it was months and months and months ago, like a lot of things here in Washington do, but to take care of, essentially, of his brother and sister and their spouses minutes before leaving the presidency is something else altogether.
Definitely. We are still watching now, waiting for Joe Biden and Jill Biden to exit the Capitol as they get into a waiting helicopter that will take them on to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We anticipate they will be going to Santa Ynez, which is an area that the Bidens most recently traveled to in August after his remarks at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The president and First Lady spent some time of reflection and relaxation and just kind of away from politics at that portion, at that area of California. Now we do see the people that we were just talking about exiting the Capitol. We have the president and First Lady, followed by the former president and former First Lady, Vice President Vance and his wife, as well as former Vice President Harris and her husband. So a moment of bipartisanship as the Trumps and Bidens take part in this next set piece of official Inauguration Day events here in Washington, the farewell to the outgoing president and First Lady.
And again, something we did not see 4 years ago.
Right.
Because the Trumps had already left for Florida before Joe Biden and Jill Biden even got to the Capitol.
Right.
This gets back to a much more familiar scene. It's been striking how much engagement now former President Biden has had with Melania Trump, with Donald Trump. He made it a point to speak to one of J.D. Vance's young children right after his father took the oath, had a big smile on his face and leaned down and spoke with the boy, shook hands with Carrie Underwood after she performed, very quickly shook hands with Donald Trump after he took the oath. He's had a pretty big smile on his face for a lot of what we've seen today. And I can't imagine the helicopter's rotors with the wind whipping up are going to feel very good coming up here. Having sat on the White House South Lawn way too many times when both of those men boarded Marine One, it's cold on a hot day. On a really cold day like this, not fun.
It is still only here in the mid-20s here in Washington. Let's just listen in as these farewells happen at the Capitol.
Can you like text me?
Let's go, Brandon! What's your message? Not even going to say goodbye. Just get the hell on down the road. Yo. No, there's no way. There's no way. He's got a lot of shit. He's going to be here 4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes. Oh, yeah. He's 4,000 I'm sure that he may or may not come this way now.
The man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record, because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying... No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up, Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, a great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so you were looking at pictures here from another portion of the Capitol where President Donald Trump has been speaking to supporters after his inaugural speech, actually in a speech that went just about as long or maybe even a little bit longer than his actual inaugural address. And this was kind of what we hear and expect is more of the campaign type rally speeches that we've heard, not as long or perhaps as animated, but more comfortable and familiar, and also flicking at some of the actions that we do anticipate President Trump will be working on as soon as he sits down at a desk and has those executive orders in front of him. All of those dozens, if not 100 or more executive orders that we expect the president to be signing today. But he spent a large portion of these remarks talking about security along the U.S.-Mexico border. Again, his signature campaign issue, one that we have heard about a lot in all of his presidential campaigns, and certainly something that he has signaled will be a hallmark of this second administration. So these events have wrapped up here. There are still several other things on the official docket for the rest of this inauguration day. Another thing that has happened while we were listening to the president's remarks is former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden have departed from Joint Base Andrews. They have taken off on their trip to California. And Sagar, I think you can help walk me through a little bit of the nomenclature about some of these aircraft that we've been looking at today. I know I mentioned earlier, I know it's Marine One, the helicopter when the president is on board, but I didn't know what to call it when there is someone other than the president on board. So talk to me about that helicopter that the Bidens used to get to Joint Base Andrews, and then the aircraft that they're on to fly on to California.
So you have that familiar color scheme on these Sikorsky helicopters, the green and the white with United States of America written on them. Just like with Air Force One, that helicopter is only Marine One when the sitting commander-in-chief is on board. So seeing as how Joe Biden was no longer the commander-in-chief, what to call that? Those helicopters are flown by the Marine Helicopter Squadron 1 out of Joint Base Andrews. They are called the Nighthawks. So this became Nighthawk 46, was its call sign for the 46th president. Got off the helicopter, walked to what would have been called Air Force One just a few hours before that. That instead was Special Air Mission 46, SAM 46. The military likes nothing better than the acronyms and the names and playing on things like that. So, you know, the joke there on Capitol Hill was that Joe Biden got to Joint Base Andrews, gave a speech, got on what used to be Air Force One, and was wheels up and flying at the time that Donald Trump was still giving what amounted to a second inaugural address to a second group of supporters.
Good. Thank you I learned a lot. I learned a lot here.
That's what we're here for.
Not just military aircraft nomenclature, but in general, kind of what we're walking through on this inauguration day. As you're looking at your screen, again, just a reminder of what we're looking at. Of course, that's the U.S. Capitol in your upper left quadrant. Below that is the Capitol Visitor Center. That's where President Donald Trump has been giving this address. As Sagar was just noting, that went on just about as long, if not longer, than his inaugural address. But also on the right-hand side, that's a look at Pennsylvania Avenue. That's one of the pathways, the main thoroughfares here in Washington, that is tradition on inauguration days for the new president to traverse in some fashion. It's usually in the form of a parade, clearly with the weather and events being changed around today. That will be a pathway instead that will take President Trump from the Capitol to the Capital One Arena, which you're now looking at there on your screen in the upper right-hand quadrant. There are some events happening there. There have been hundreds and thousands of supporters of President Trump gathered there for hours, lining up in the pre-dawn hours pretty much, waiting, because that is where he will be going for the festivities that are being subbed in on the schedule today in lieu of that traditional parade. They've been watching live all of the inauguration swearing-in activities, and later on today they will be seeing President Trump, and we expect him to be signing some executive orders as he officially begins his administration, but also, I would imagine, giving more remarks similar to what we just heard at the Capitol Visitor Center. Again, maybe with even more flair and more of a campaign feel than we heard in the inauguration address and also those remarks that followed. There's also a part of the schedule of events today, an official inaugural luncheon. That happens in this space between now and when the parade would be beginning, but now is actually going to be taking place at the Capital One Arena. So again, more things that are on the schedule, but that's what you're seeing there, taking a look outside and inside the Capitol complex, and then two other views from around Washington, Pennsylvania Avenue, and the Capital One Arena, where again, Donald Trump will be addressing some of his supporters later on today. And as you can see now there in the lower left, those are shots from that luncheon that we were just talking about. As members of Congress and other officials are gathering, this is another one of those Inauguration Day traditions. We're a little bit behind the official schedule at this moment, but that is, again, that's kind of what happens. We go with the flow. But all of those people are gathered there waiting for President Donald Trump to come in and participate in this official part of the schedule.
I mean, steak and crab cakes. You can't go wrong on that menu.
Yeah, so what's on the menu, Sagar? You have some intel?
That's it. Steak and crab cakes.
Okay.
Well, that's not it, but that's what jumps out. Steak from Nebraska for Senator Deb Fischer, who is part of the inaugural organizing committee. There is a Minnesota apple dessert in a nod to Amy Klobuchar, the Democrat from there. And again, as a Baltimore guy, crab cakes are what jump out at me. So we'll have to get some intel from someone in the room as to whether they're legitimate Baltimore jumbo love crab cakes or, you know, the diced up backfitting kind of thing that Baltimore folks want no part of.
I'm not going to get involved in the debate over crab cakes.
You want to stay very much out of that.
We can see some pictures now, too. Inside that luncheon, there is Ivanka Trump, clearly the eldest daughter of President Trump, who was involved pretty heavily in his first administration, but has taken a step away from politics. She is said to spend more time with her family, but still very supportive of her father, in her own words. In the upper right there, we see in the Capital One Arena, there's Kellyanne Conway. She has been a longtime advisor of the president, helping run his first campaign and serving in an advisory capacity during the first administration. She has remained with him in an advisory capacity, speaking in the Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump will be later on this afternoon.
And that's what he did. Yes.
The list of speakers for that event in the Capital One Arena is a Trump who's who as well. Elon Musk, of course, influencer Charlie Kirk. We saw former trade advisor Peter Navarro a few minutes earlier. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders was supposed to speak. She, of course, was Trump's second press secretary. Texas Congressman Ronnie Jackson, who was the president's doctor. Tom Homan, who's going to be the guy ostensibly carrying out all these immigration operations and all the talk about deportation that the president-elect had been making. Steve Witkoff, who's been in the news because of the hostages release in Gaza. He's the president's Mideast envoy. Kash Patel, the FBI director designate, who has not received a confirmation hearing yet and may have the steepest climb of all the Trump appointees so far. And then Dan Scavino, who's one of the architects of Trump's media and digital outreach during his first campaign and his first term. So that's all pretty much a fitting lead up to what will be the third speech we have heard the now president make today. He's gotten longer in the last two. This one, before a decidedly home crowd, could be another vintage Trump performance.
Of men and women and children across this great nation who wanted to be there and be part of something bigger than all of us. To stand up and say, this is our country, that we kneel for the Lord, we stand for the flag, we don't confuse the two, and we're here because we believe in those three words that President Trump said every time. Secure the border, respect law enforcement, cut your taxes, repeal, replace Obamacare, get rid of Common Core. And yes, and this time, in 2024, you were there again. But so were so many Americans who had never voted or had never voted Republican. That's the magic of Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you. President Trump has done away with all these acronyms. CRT, BLM, ESG, DEI. Ladies and gentlemen, the acronym of the day of the term is USA. USA! You got it. People in Washington love to fight. They love to fight. He's not fighting with Washington. He's fighting for you. And that's why you fight. So continue to stand up and speak up and show up and put up. And ladies and gentlemen, whether you were for him on day one or you or people you know did it on November 5th, 2024 for the first time, keep saying welcome. Let's bring more people into this movement. This is an optimistic, positive, forward-looking time for our nation, for our children, for our grandchildren, for our veterans, for the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, the forgotten child. President Trump, never forget, did not need to do this. He did not need to do this. He already had everything that people who go into politics want. Money, fame, brilliant, beautiful wife, golf anytime he wants. He did this for the people. And as we all know, he dodged a bullet, but ladies and gentlemen, the whole country dodged a bullet. In not having Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris as our presidents. Welcome. Again, happy Inauguration Day, and we're just part of the warm-up band for the main act, Vice President J.D. Vance, and 45-47, President Donald J. Trump. God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dr. Ronnie Jackson.
All right, welcome America to the greatest day ever. I don't have to tell anybody in this room, these are my favorite people on the planet right here. You guys are the MAGA warriors. You guys, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Well, I also don't have to tell you there's a new sheriff in town, right? Donald J. Trump was right about everything. Everything. I've known him for a long time. I was blessed to be his physician and work in the White House side by side with him. I was blessed enough to be with him on January 20, 2017, 8 years ago. I spent the day with him. I watched him give his inaugural address. And I'll tell you, I was extraordinarily blessed to have just come from the Capitol, where I had one of the most satisfying 2 hours of my entire life when I get to listen to President Trump talk about how horrible this country has been treated, and all of us have been treated, and the horrible things that have been done to all of us this last administration for the last 4 years, and how he was going to fix it all, and he did it right there with Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, and everybody else, Kamala Harris. They had to sit there and listen to it, and I loved it. Loved it. I'll tell you what, you know, I thought for sure, I mean, I've always said that the 45th President of the United States is the absolute best president that this country has ever had. But you know what? I think the 47th President's going to be even better. We are in for a change. This is a great day. How many of you out there think this is one of the best days of your entire life? Absolutely it is. We had one chance to get this country back. We were headed down a path of destruction that we would never, ever recover from. I promise you. And we have been given a second chance in the form of Donald J. Trump. He's here, he's back, and he's going to fix what's broken. We're going to get our border back. We're going to stop the illegal immigrants and the cartels that have laid devastation to this country. We're going to lock them up. We're going to get rid of them. We're going to get our economy back. We're going to get our military back. We're going to get our federal government back. We're taking it all back. This is a great time to be an American. This is a great day to be an American. And I just wanted to come here, and I can't wait till he gets here to talk to all of you guys. I want to thank you for what you've done, because he got elected because people like you got out and you voted, and you took neighbors who've never voted to the polls, and we all voted, and there was an overwhelming mandate in this country for Donald Trump to come in here and to take this country back. And so I know we're all excited to be here today. It's going to be super exciting when he gets here in a minute. I just wanted to come up here and tell you how much I love you, how much I appreciate you. I want to say God bless you. God bless the United States of America, and God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
What a great day to be an American. I have to admit, it's a little surreal to be back in Washington, D.C. right now. 8 years ago, I was one of the very first.
We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.